And we're going to be doing some refactoring as part of that, because oftentimes the bugs are from poor code. And oh, there's the game. So this is what we got so far. There's a bug at low frame rates where you skip pellets. Because of how I'm doing the collision detection, if the frame draws fast enough between 2 points, it doesn't think you ever traveled there. Sure. And that can cause a series of other problems, especially if you're rounding a corner fast enough with slow frame rates. So we're going to take care of that. I think that will be good. And I guess I should tell folks that I'm on. So we'll copy the channel. No point in telling anybody on Twitter. There's nobody on Twitter that follows me. So it's not anything. What's going on? Got a DM. Who's DMing me? So I just need to change some things on my YouTube stream every single time I have to do this. It's really annoying. And I don't know, maybe when I get higher up in my YouTube abilities, because they lock things out just to make things difficult for beginners. And then when you are not a beginner, you don't know they exist afterwards. So I gotta change unlist. Then I gotta add the playlist that's gonna be added to afterwards. Make sure live chat's good. We're good. And save. Okay. Now we're golden. And I'll pause that one. And I'll pause the YouTube one as well. Here. Okay. Now let's go back over to my code. My code. We're going to split the code up with my trusty old browser. And before I get started coding, I'm going to do a little bit more work on the docs, because I wanted to... Oh, view on GitHub. That's what we want. I wanted to build a local copy of the docs because I prefer to search the docs in the web browser or something approximating it, rather than using the Godot application, simply because I don't code in Godot. So I'll show big Paul of that while I'm doing that. So let me keep moving on this. I did download Sphinx, building with Sphinx. To build the HTML website or anything supported by Sphinx, you need to install the Sphinx extensions. So let's get my terminal going. And we're going to go cd desktop. And I have the docs here somewhere, I believe. Yeah, Godot.stable. All right, and let's do the build. Invalid syntax. Great. All right, let's do make HTML. See what happens. Sphinx build command was not found. Make sure you have Sphinx installed. You need to make sure you have the full path in your path directory. I do have it installed, but we can do this all over again. All right, we're going to do the install over here so nobody sees. Sorry, guys. I promise I'm going to start coding here in just a second. I'm just getting... I want these docs locally. Once I have this set up as well, I'm going to set up a local pool from Git and then build. Oh, it's got the... There we go. Okay, we're installing Sphinx again. And we will do... Let me do a new tab, and I'm just going to do which. And what is it looking for? Sphinx. So it's definitely not seeing it. So I need to add something to my bash. It's already installed. Where? Where? Sphinx. Okay, it's definitely not in my... Homebrew. Add to path Mac. Okay, I am using bash. So I'm not using nano though, I'm gonna use vim. Hey, what's up? Okay. Bye. Okay. Source tilde bash profile. Okay, now let's type in Sphinx. Nothing. Oh, you're gracious. All right, let's just echo path and see what we have. Sorry. I'm doing this off on the side because I don't want anyone to see what I'm doing for the sake of securities. No such file directory. Mono. My bash is messed up. This is great. What is it talking about? All right. path again. No such file. Mpash. Ruby. Composer. Let's get rid of that. Maybe that's what's doing it. Source. Now path. It's still not reloading, so we'll completely close and reopen it. Now path. Same thing. Okay. Why is the path complaining about stuff that isn't there anymore? Let me bring it. I'll bring this over to the other side. Let's see here. Come on through to the other side. I mean, if I just knew where it was, I could manually execute the dang thing. So let's ask. Let's make a new window. Where does brew install? I mean, I've got that in the path. So let me just Ruby. No, it should be in bin. According to this guy. 2018. Okay, so the symlink to the following directory path. So if I add that to my opt Ruby bin path. Okay, so path. Does he talk about path at all? Let's just go there, see what we got. Everything. Okay. So vim user local opt. So I don't need this. There's symbolic links, right? So let's go like this. Source. Now, give me the path. There it is. Okay. So I don't know why path is messed up about that mono thing. We're going to leave that alone. Okay, so I've got I've got this part. Now, where are we on our here? This is close that out. Installing Sphinx. We're going to break this out into its own thing. Let's get rid of that. And Sphinx is installed. That's all done. Now let's go back to our Godot stiff. So we're going to try again to build our requirements. Ugh. Okay, let's just make the HTML then. No rule to make... Oh, it's because I'm not in... Okay. CD... Oops. Desktop. And what is it? Godot docs stable. Okay, now we will try to make the pip. It won't work. That's great. Make HTML. Sphinx build command was not found. Make sure you have Sphinx installed. Then set the Sphinx build make variable to point to the full path of the Sphinx build executable. Okay. Guys. There is no Sphinx. Now it's gone. You can't be serious. I just had it autocomplete. What? This isn't making any sense. Oh, it's because I was in the directory. So you can't use... You can't use... You can't use the virtual... Because, like, if I do Sphinx here, there's Sphinx, bin, Sphinx, build. There's everything. How do I add you? All right. We're going to have to go to Google because apparently we're not getting the answers we need from DuckDuckGo. We built it using... We built this city... We built this city on rock and roll. Brew. Add homebrew bin path to path. Why am I not just getting the I have that in my path. That's... That's the first one. That's for Homebrew. I'm talking about the applications that Homebrew installs. Where do I add? All right. Look, I know that Homebrew has its own bin path. I need the bin path of the applications that Homebrew installs. That's what I need here. Come on, guys. Path. You gotta be kidding me. So I've got to do it manually for every single thing that I want to add. You've got to be kidding me. Okay. So we'll do that then. That is a nasty solution. Okay. Now let's do the make. This is just hilarious. CD desktop Godot doc stable make. It's in the dang path now. This is maddening. I can't stand this nonsense. Can't stand it. could type, that would help too. Okay. There's no trailing. Wait. Sphinx dog. I mean, let me do the trailing. Let's do a trailing. That doesn't make any sense that would be the problem. Sphinx. Nope. Good gravy. Brew prefix. Hang on a second. What is this? I think I found it. User local. Seller. There's Sphinx stock. Okay. I want to get this working. I want to be able to build the of course it just gives me okay, I'm in Bash. We'll try this again. This is what I got rid of because it wasn't working. Congratulations, it doesn't work. I'm in Bash. Gosh, this is... All right, let's echo path again. So this is some nonsense. See, I think Microsoft Mono has done something here. Microsoft has messed my shell up. What is this stuff? This isn't in my... It's... Where's this being pulled from? Ah. All right, let's see path now. Oh my goodness, this is driving me nuts. Come on. What is this? Okay, where is my... Okay, bash. Where is my profile config? Because it's pulling something from somewhere and I don't understand. And I'm going to go stack, the worst place to get information. Composer. Okay, now let's source bash rc. And let's echo our path out. What do we got? Ooh! Okay, let's do it again with a restart of the terminal. Same thing. What is this nonsense? It's like okay. This is pissing me off. I'm beating I'm not programming at all right now. I'm fighting bash. I just don't know what this what is all this? This is the path is being configured somewhere else. Clearly. And I have no idea where it is. I don't know what file is doing it. And I don't know how to check bash find path config file. We'll go to Google, Mac, bash find. Where is the terminal path located? (2014). This is why Stack Overflow is the worst tool for getting help. It's empty. Let's just look at all of them. Is there anything else that looks like it might be doing it? There's a file. Bash rc. Profile. Bash history. Bash profile is the one that... Let's get rid of all this junk. What am I on? Mojave. This is a nightmare. Everyone's got a different answer. Why is my path messed up? It thinks it's a directory. So even the... Why is it complaining about something that's a directory, saying it's not a directory? This is just... Maybe because it's doing... It is a directory. It says it is. There it is. I'll figure this out later. What a waste of time. Just want to build the local... I can't stand that. Mac terminal is a mess. That's one thing about rolling Linux is I know I can mess around with this stuff that I'm not going to break everything, but I honestly don't know where it's even getting its config. I have no idea where it's coming from. It's coming from somewhere. I'll reopen bash one more time. Echo the path out. We're messed up. I mean, I do see this extra colon, so maybe that's something. So maybe, but I just, like, where can I search for? Here's what I'll do. I'll do a really big search. I don't think it's going to search hidden files, though. And I don't want to set up, this Mac. Can we search contents? Contains this. Search. And here we go. Thanks, Mac. Are you searching right now? What's going on? Jeez. Okay, there is a way to open the Mac to search. To be... Okay, hang on. It's a keyboard shortcut to opening a Finder window. Show hidden file folders. Here we go. So we're not going to search just yet. We're going to go here. Command Shift period. There we go. Now we'll search. No, let's go to our home directory. Here, we're going to search for this under me, and we're going to search contents for this. Okay, find that. Go. Okay, I'll just leave that going. I don't know that it's doing anything, but I need to find the file that has that. I just love how I can't tell I can't tell that anything's going on. Okay, now I'll program. What a disappointing sequence of events. Okay, so the first thing we're going to try to tackle, that was a total waste of time. Let's say that we just started right now. 30 minutes to try and do one thing. So I did get, so I'm pulling in the state machine state changes into the animation tree directly for the ghosts, and that's working out great. I've connected a signal to the animation tree. Pre-state change is firing a private function called pre-state change, which carries over the state. And then I use that to travel the animation states based on if it's go home, frightened, and then everything else, we just go back to chase mode. Okay, so that's good. Now, there's a bug. I think this should be the first thing I tackle. There is a bug with the enemies not returning to their proper state for when they go back from being in a specific chase mode. So what we need to do is set up the ghosts to show their states, so I can try and make this fire. Oops, not the player scene. Let's close. Let's go here. And we're going to say show this label. That label is their states. Now, let's just make sure that it's still bug. So we got the enemy states to scatter. It's when they're not in scatter, but when they go to chase. If I set them on frightened after that, they never return back. Okay. Frightened and state. Okay, so let's do this. We've got a breakpoint on it. We'll start over. And we'll try and fire it again. And we'll break when we try to reset the player states to their previous ones. So it's scatter, chase. We go like this. It never fires. It's acting like it wants to. That's weird. Timer. Oh, that's right. It has something to do with the enemy mode because I'm using so like if I echo out, let's do that. I'll echo out enemy mode. So let's just print debug. And we're just gonna print out the enemy mode because when I was checking it, it was a vector, which it should be a numerator, which was bizarre. So we'll go like this. Just make sure it works on scattered. It doesn't even work on scatter. Okay, so what do we get for enemy mode? Okay. Oh no, it is set to 1. It's funny how the music keeps going. Okay. So let's look at the current member variables for our enemy state is 2, which is frightened. So this should hold to be true. And what ghost are we doing this with? Who is this? Blinky. He's out on the field. Now we're matching enemy mode. And enemy mode is set to 0. Scatter, chase. So let's check the timer code. Because I'm actually using... Scatter, chase. Okay, so they do go back. Chase. Now I go to frightened. So enemy mode is 1. Our current mode is frightened. So we'll go in. Match. Nothing. So it's like it can't. Enemy mode. So I'm doing FPS mod. So I'm trying to just tick-tock back and forth. And it's almost like an integer and an enumerator are two separate things. Why would it work for... Okay. Just to confirm. All right, let's try again. This is a weird bug. Wait a minute. Chase. So let's avoid them for this chase round. I bet it's going to happen the next time too. Because this is the first time it's actually being set. We're going to switch back to scatter here in a second. Scatter. Now we'll fire it. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I bet we just skip everything. Yep. Son of a biscuit. So it's it's because I'm setting it here. And I'm not using the enumerator value, that I can't compare it. So it's almost like I need to do change enemy mode. And then I'm going to go match enemy mode. And if it equals 0, we do something. Hey, how's it going? And if it equals 1, we do something. We never go higher than 1. Oh, how are you doing? Enemy. Yeah, I'm dealing with a weird problem with an enumerator when I'm setting a value. I thought that a number and an enumerator were synonymous with what they represented. I mean, you enumerate to get an integer. But for some reason, when I'm setting a field that I'm then testing against an enumerated value, I don't get it. And so I'm getting a weird bug. So we're going to try this. We need to go var. That's why it's complaining here. How have you been? You've been great? That's good. Yeah, I'm doing some bug squashing. So I've got this weird one where they change states. Right now they're in scatter, so they go home, and then they leave scatter here in a second. They'll leave it, and they go to chase. Now they're never changing. Great. Let's just make sure we have a break on this. Go back over to our... Yeah, you know what? It's like FPS mod isn't... FPOS mod is not changing. Okay, they are in scatter. Here we go. So let's look at this. Enemy mode is set to 1, right? It never is going to match 1. What is that? Why isn't it matching? That's so strange. Okay, let's... Is it because it's floating? Is that what the F stands for? GDScript. Floating point. That's not what we want. Mod. So we just want mod. POS mod. This whole time. So I'm turning it into a float. That's why it's never gonna... Okay. Bug fixed. Okay. So technically it wasn't a integer, even though it had an integer value. It was a float, so the comparison would never match. Let's see if that fixes it, though. Yeah, it's coming along. It's we're almost near a complete state as far as getting the like true Pacman clone side of it done. And then once we're done with that, we're gonna go back and start doing some optimizations to the graphic stuff because it's pretty chunky. But the ghosts are going home. They're leaving and coming back out. Okay, now I'm just checking the state here. I want to make sure it changes back. It does. All right. So this fixes another bug that I had that I thought I was never going to be able to fix. Yeah, so I mean, it's looking more and more like a real game. Whoa. Oh, and I'm going to die. Yeah. So, yeah, we've got a real game, you know? Ah! But we're messing around with music and sound effects. We're doing all royalty-free stuff right now just to have something going on. Tons of bloom. So this bioluminescent look isn't how the game is going to be when you're actually playing it. Once we start changing it, you're going to make the world come alive and the bioluminescence will increase. So it's going to be like you're bringing life into the world. That's the idea that we're having. And so instead of eating pellets, you're going to be sort of like growing things. Okay, so I think that fixes that. Let me just do one more test. I'll do it one more time. So that bug is fixed. So we'll go from scatter. I knew it had something to do with that. Something about, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so they switch back. All right, problem solved. So I'm trying to remember, Fairy Tale, what was it? I always ask everybody what their dream game is, and that kind of helps me remember who everybody was. But what was, I can't remember what you were working on. I could search, that's funny. It's something I'm gonna actually build for myself so I can easily remember who everybody is. Okay, so we need to get our to-dos going. Is it in here? No, I need to add that. To do what was it? Trello. It's cold in here. It's cold in this room right now. I'm kind of freezing. All right. Now Oh, that's right. Okay. And you described it. You described it as with voxels, and I think you said that it was going to be different than Minecraft. Something about the crafting system. Um, that's right. That's right. I remember now. Yeah, it would be really cool to build a crafting system. I don't know if you've heard of a game called Scribblenauts, but I'm wearing my wrong glasses, so you can see my eyes better, and I can actually see the screen better. There we go. Scribblenauts, which is a game where you basically can write any word, and then that'll make something, whatever you write, appear on the screen, and then it has its own logic and behavioral stuff. And so that's probably using an entity component system tied together with language recognition, right? But it'd be really cool if you did a Minecraft style game where you could basically have the player come up with anything in the crafting system, where if they want to build something and you have basically an atomic structure to all the elements, so to speak, and when you combine them, they could basically create anything they could think of. I don't know how the hell you do that, but basically translating the idea of combining elements together with the creation of a thing. So you'd need a huge verb structure to make that. But that would be amazing if something like that could exist. I'm just talking off the cuff, but make that happen. Do that. Okay, so animation up, changing back on. So we got that fixed. Okay. So this is something we need to start thinking about. And that's fixed. 2. So those are 2 bugs fixed. Okay. And were you doing the GTA 5 stuff too, if I remember correctly? Oh, no problem. I know there's 2 people watching my stream that are working on that stuff. The Lua scripting. I guess it's not scripting technically. Cobalt, how you doing? I didn't catch your stream live a couple days ago, but I kind of scrubbed a bit and watched what you were working on. I'm shivering a little bit out here because it's cold. I should turn the heater on. I just refuse. I'm a man. I don't need a heater. Let me show you the game so far. So what I'm working on next is, let's see. So this isn't how the game's going to look when you're playing it normally. It's going to build up to this. Everything's going to sort of pop up and come alive as you're passing certain areas. So we're messing around with the graphical stuff. But it's really coming together. I got a lot of the bugs fixed. And we're kind of messing around with sound effects and things like that as well. Okay, so that's where I'm at. Now, I've fixed a couple of timer issues that I was having with it. I've cleaned up the animation code as well. Yeah, I hope things are going well. Okay, so that's the bug fix for the enemy timer. We can get rid of the debug. There, we don't need that. Whoops. Let's bring that down. There we go. Yeah, it's really feeling like a playable game. Fix timer issue was using a float as a integer. So one thing I highly recommend if you aren't doing this, even though if you're coding by yourself, is to absolutely get it. Oh, I forgot the pool. Goodness gracious. Okay, let's close Godot real quick. What is it complaining about? Let me pull. Oh, it's because there's a change I need to pull first before I push. Okay, what is it? What's wrong? Enemy. Let's just discard my enemy changes. No. Ah! All right, we'll try pulling again. Okay, now fix the game timer again. Now we push. All right, now we'll load up Godot again and see if we can get this fixed. Okay. Okay, so once they start coming towards me, okay, so they're chasing. Okay. Yeah, there's graphical. So this next week is going to be where we fork the game out and we start building our own game off of this framework. Oh yeah, it definitely looks blown out. So I'm thinking the way that it'll work is as you go along and you start to make things come alive, the bloom is really big and then it like shrinks back. But the lighting system in Godot is suboptimal, and there's still like a lot of stuff we have to learn about it. And a lot of the effects that we're going to eventually do most likely won't actually be using the lighting engine so much as shaders. But for something like to get us an idea of like, okay, this is what it could start to look like. We're getting there for sure. So that's the game timer issues fixed. There is a lot of cleanup I got to do on the code because I think the sounds are being played in not good spots. Like this. How's it going? How's the AI working on the ghosts? Well, I could show you the code. The AI is actually, of all the code, look at all this crazy code, right? So this is like the main enemy logic for like movement, but the actual enemy AI is incredibly simple. Right here under the chase function is the behavior for the enemy AI. The main behavior. So each ghost has its own individual behavior. Some depend on the relative position of other ghosts. Blinky, for instance, always follows your last known position whenever it's at a section where it can change its location, and so on. So they all have Pinky's always trying to stay away, like the opposite side of wherever Blinky is, to be like a pincer. And if he's too close to you, he'll try to start going home, basically. Pinky is the most is interesting because he's always trying to get ahead of you based on where your position is and Blinky's position is. You draw like a radian out and a certain distance away, and then he tries to go there. And then Inky is Inky's the one that does that. Inky's the most complicated. I can't remember what Pinky does. He's always just trying to get in front of you. Yeah. So Inky is the most complicated. The like blue teal ghost. And I'll use ghosts in quotes. But all of this is just to get that like clone of Pacman worked out. I think I'm gonna call it today. I think there's a bug with how do you decide on what they're going to do. So the way that works is there's a lot of factors in that actually. So there's essential game timer that clicks back and forth between chase and scatter and chase. So scatter tells the ghosts to go to their like home locations, which are the corners where the power pellets are, and then chase tells them to enter chase mode, and that's where their real AI is, where they try and go around and get you basically. So the timer clicks back and forth between those two modes. However, depending on like if you get a power pellet, then they go into frightened mode, which essentially the ghosts go in random directions at that point. If you eat them when they're in frightened mode, they go back to the previous, whether it was scatter or chase. After they go home, then they come back out and go into that whatever that mode was. Frightened pauses the timer for a certain number of seconds, and then the timer resumes after that, and they click back and forth between chase and scatter. That's the basic logic of how the Pacman AI works when you're playing the arcade game. There's a few other factors involved in that, in so much as the timer changes as the length of the match progresses. And in specific, Blinky's behavior changes based on how many power pellets you've eaten. Also, when the ghosts come out, it depends on how many pellets you've eaten as well as if you haven't eaten pellets. It's kind of complicated, but not really. Oh, where did I get the idea? Somebody did the work for me for that. There's something called the Pacman dossier. And somebody, Jamie Pittman, wrote it. And he basically like broke everything down as far as like what is happening with the ghosts in the original. Oh yeah, it's very, very, very helpful. But it's great. I mean, if you're trying to learn like, a basic like state machine for AI and stuff, it's a really good guide. And I'm actually copying a lot of the like idiosyncrasies of the like there. Yeah, I'm the way that it finds paths and stuff like that. Because I could use Godot has a built-in pathfinding, but then every ghost would behave the same way, unless I started building individual paths for each one, which would be a nightmare. So the decision tree of the ghost is based on a per tile basis. When they're in the center of the tile, they make a decision on where they're going next. That's the only time where they go is fired, basically. Otherwise, they're always going their previous direction. Or if they hit a wall, then they decide. But that actually never happens with the ghosts because they always decide when they're at an intersection. And my code checks every direction and says what's available, and they never go their previous direction unless they're changing their state. Yeah, that's always a big giveaway when you're playing Pacman is if they change their direction. Like if they're going on a directional path and then before an intersection they change and go the other way, that they've switched their AI modes. So yeah, it's a really great starting point for somebody who's never made a complete game to basically kind of cheat and get an idea of like how to make a functioning game, which is what I'm doing. But this is the part, like I said, once we're done, we're going to fork it and just go in a totally different direction. I mean, I have some crazy ideas of what to do because we kind of want to make it more puzzle based than action oriented. And so I do have this idea of making it turn-based. So there's a possibility of doing something like that. Because we want to have, I have ideas of a lot of obstacles and level obstacles and things that push your character away and you can only go a certain direction kind of stuff. Yeah, for sure. And it helps. It's like having a coach with you and you read about it and you start implementing it. And then as you do that, you kind of start to understand why they did what they did, especially based on the amount of memory that they had at the time, for sure. But it is interesting. It's interesting how little work there is to create a recipe for complexity in dynamic behaviors amongst a small set of rules. It's really interesting. Yeah, one of the ideas I have is to make it because Pacman for modern gamers is actually a really hard game for them to play. It's actually really difficult. So I have this idea that you start out with a lot of abilities to make that element easier, and to add to the difficulty, you start to lose those abilities. But I know that for the game loop, a lot of people don't they like the power fantasy of getting more and making it seem like things are getting easier. So this would almost be the reverse of that. And I don't know I'm not really sure if people would like that. Okay, so let me go back to what I was doing. There's one last major bug that I want to squash, and then I'll fix the rest of the timer stuff, and then we'll start making the other levels and get the level loading going. And once I have that, we have the base of the game. We're going to like stamp it and say we're like at the beta for it, and then we'll fork it, and I'll start making a tutorial for how I did what I did with the Pacman stuff in Godot, and then with 10% of my time, and then the other 90% is going to be making the actual new game. Yeah. Well, I feel like Dark Souls and those kinds of games show that there is a market for it. So this is where I think I might change the collision stuff. So right now the way that I'm doing we have this base maze object that every single object is that is going to be like an actionable item on the quote unquote maze is going to inherit this main class. And so the enemies inherit this as well as they're children of it as well as the player. And it actually goes down 2 steps for the maze enemy. We'll call them the ghosts, because each ghost inherits maze enemy, which is a step down from maze object, so that they can have their individual personalities. But the player only does 1 step down, basically. But anyways, the bug is that I have this thing called cell center. It runs on every frame, every physics step, and it goes, am I at the center of a cell, yes or no? And it determines that by looking at the direction that the player was heading and whether or not their position is within the center, was between the center point of the cell. And it works fine, except in 2 conditions. One is if the frames are dropping. So I test all this on a really crappy laptop. So on that laptop, if the frames start to jitter, they'll skip over pellets because the stepping of the actual graphical step is so far between the 2 spaces on the delta that it never realizes that it's passed more than one pellet. And so you lose, you don't eat that pellet, so to speak. It never thinks you touched that cell. The other problem occurs when you're rounding a corner, because the controls are so good. I got the controls really tight. If you round the corner and you're going around the corner and you're pressing, say you're going left and there's up that you can go, and you hold up while you're going left, you'll whip up like right away because that's where you want to go. The problem is that because I'm only checking on a horizontal or vertical axis based on the direction you're going, whether or not you collided with the center point, it can create a scenario where it never thinks that you actually hit the center point of the corner. Well, yeah, this laptop is so, yeah, I'm doing Delta on that, but this, like, the speed is always the same. It's the frames that are dropping because our graphical, let me show you, the graphics are crazy high resolution right now because that once we finish the base game stuff, then we're going to go in and fix all the graphical details because we're using SVGs, like vector graphics, but we're not scaling them properly right now. We're literally taking the crazy high 4K res graphics and then just shrinking their scale, but not their resolution. So they're huge performance hit on memory. So if I zoom in on this stage, you can see the graphical fidelity of these individual things is way too high for what ultimately is going to be shown on the screen. So for my cruddy laptop, it's dropping frames, but that's why. So I'm using Delta, but the problem is that it's only looking between 2 points and determining one cell to look through. So that's part of the bug. Anyways, I'm gonna get to work on it. So I think what I want to do is actually use the built-in physics tools to handle the collision. So if I take the world here and I believe I can set the collidable space. Collision, here we go. So on the enemy scene, let's just go to the enemy for instance. And our collision margin is 1. Where did I set the margin for? Where's the collision margin? Is it in the tile set? No problem. All right, let's mess with this. I've become a coffee weirdo. So if I set this to 3, is it going to set to 3 for everything? No. Okay. So I would literally have to do this for every margin. What about the pellet? So I have no collision set for pellet. So if I were to draw this colliding space, that's the only problem with how this would work. Thanks, man. Yeah, you have a good one. And I'll try to catch one of your streams when you're on. It's timing's hard. I know that. That's why, you got to go. It's the same thing. I mean, I could just do... think I need to do this twice. If I do this twice, then I can well, let's see if I can make this scenario happen. So if position X does not equal last position X in a situation where we're testing position Y, then we should know that something is afoot. So we'll do breakpoints here, and we'll do one here, and we'll do the same thing here, but with Y positions. Okay, let's hit it. Oh, see, it should have fired. Should have fired right there. See, I missed it. Missed it again. Going up. Missed it again. Going down. Missed it again. But if I... Ah! Oh, no! Okay, let's try again. Okay. So it's not firing how I'd expect it to. I might have to completely tear this out. Uh-oh. If I set a collision on this, and I make it super tiny, and I say that it's 4 by 4, but... Okay. So basically we're like as middle could be. Because this is... How big is this? The tile itself is... Why is it not saying the size? Man, I'm going to have to turn the heater on. It is cold. I will be right back myself. I'll turn the heater on and then go get something to drink. All right. Sorry about that. I am back. So, trying to come up with the best way to handle drawing where the player has been and concluding, even if we drop a bunch of frames, what the outcome should be of, say, how many pellets we'll use air quotes for pellets, how many pellets the player has consumed. Presently, we have a function we call every frame on the physics process where we ask, are we at the center of a cell? And if there is a pellet at that center point, we say, go ahead and consume it. There are scenarios where when the frame drops, if the distance that the player has traveled is between, because we're only checking one point, we're not checking like a range. So if it is between those multiple cell centers, it'll only pick one pellet to destroy in that step. And so I'm trying to get it like pixel to the pixel, because I could use a collision box. I desire not to do that though, because of because I just want it to be pixel perfect. It feels better. Especially if you're being chased and you're like, there's one more pellet left and you're trying to get it and you keep getting like really close to it, but you have to turn away and you don't get it. Like that kind of thing can't happen if you don't have that pixel accuracy. So that's one of the reasons why I'm trying to get it. So maybe if I think about this differently, maybe there's another way. Maybe there's another way. Maybe there's another way. If I think about the other bug that happens with this is sometimes you'll be traveling around a corner, because I'm using the last direction to check the 2 points where you've been to see if you've hit something. It'll you know, so this is the part of the stream where I just stare into space thinking. Sorry. What is this extra like 0 nonsense? What is this 0 thing? Okay, so it was happening right there. So let me see if I can trigger this. So I'm going to start in this corner here. Start going around corners. Ah! I added a suicide button, but maybe I need an invincibility button just so I can test. Yeah, see there, it's happening right there. Okay. Let me So I believe that I can perform this cell center test with 1 line of code. It seems like it should be possible because the direction that I'm testing is this, right? And that is a vector representing up, down, left, and right, which gives me a negative or a positive number 1. And so I feel like let's mess around with some of the math here. So if I take let me I'll do a print debug because I'm just going to brute force the solution instead of trying to think it out, and then once I get the answer, then I'll think about why it is the answer, because I am no good at math, and this is how I do things. So last position times last direction. Okay. Now we'll print the debug out, and we'll just see what it looks like when we play a little bit here. Okay. Now let's stop, and let's just look. Yeah. Yeah. How's it going? Oh, cool. How you been? Or I already asked you that, huh? You're bored? Yeah, so I'm just trying to see if there's you know what? I need to echo out the yeah, I'm kind of dealing with the last bug that I've been ignoring, like I've been dreading kind of in a way. So and I know I could do all this with actual collisions, but I don't want to. All right, let's see what we got. Okay, and then you know what? I need to. We'll print last direction on its own. So we'll do last direction. So Lua is basically C, right? Hey. Yeah, so I got the that bug that was making it not a complete game, Darren, where it wouldn't go back between the chase modes or the frighten mode and back to like chase or scatter. So the problem was the data type of the variable. So what was happening was I'm using something called mod POS mod, which is like you can take a range of numbers and then say, let's count to a certain number and then start over again based off that number. So for instance, you can say, I want to count to 2. I want to count 2 steps and then and return a number that is the next step after that. So for instance, if you have, let's say you have the number 3. So it's like the timer's going 1, 2, 3, but you want it to count every 2 steps. Then it'll return, when you get to 3, it'll return 1 again. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but that's how it works. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I need to have it cycle between the states on a certain number of steps, but I don't want to do all this like complicated stuff of setting variables. Once it's greater than this, then set it back down to 0 or whatever. So I use that, but the problem is I was using it was returning a floating point number, which is a number with a decimal point in it, versus an integer. And so when I was doing an if statement checking for if it matched the enumerated value representation of the enemy state, it was saying that it didn't match. So it wasn't equal. And so in my opinion, if the floating value is the same as a integer value, you should get a true result. I don't quite understand why it doesn't, but whatever. So that fixed that. It actually fixed another issue too, where I don't know if you noticed, but it would permanently, if you left the game going long enough and you managed to survive long enough, the ghost would get permanently stuck in scatter mode. Yeah, so I believe, I haven't been able to test that just yet, but I believe that'll fix that issue too. Yeah, I was thinking too in the debug mode, I need to set oh, he took off. I don't know why he took off. Oh, it looks like he got disconnected. Oh, I had one of our viewers was in the chat in Discord for a little bit. Maybe he didn't realize I was streaming. Maybe I need to make a chat for like whether you're live streaming or not. That might make sense. All right. So yeah, so the next thing have you been watching the stream or did you just get on? Okay, yeah. So you know what I'm trying to do. Oh, yeah, so let me run it again. Oh, no wonder. It's going to be full of junk because it's doing the ghosts too. Okay, so I got to set the debugger to if name equals player. So we only run this on the player. So what specific collision were you talking about? Right. Yeah, and that's actually that'll happen automatically going forward once we move to our own, like once we start building a true level editor, because of we need a way to be able to, like, we've been talking about hazards and things like that, and the idea of having like obstacles, like a conveyor belt that goes faster one way than the other, and stuff like that. So we need to be a way to, when we're laying those down, that they're fixed, because we're going to have multiple tile maps, like a foreground, a middle ground, and a background. And the foreground is going to be like foliage that hangs over the player, or like like things that are above them. But it's mostly the background, where we're going to be setting a lot of those hazards, and like the floor hazards, I guess you could say. The wall hazards would be things that would be what we call like the middle ground, or where the player is. But essentially, like, yeah, I would say that when I know totally what your problem is. And so the way that it would work is, when you're adding the tile set, you're not only, so you'll have we'll have our custom tiles. You'll pick the tile that you want to lay down, and we just know, as a result of that particular tile, it's going to have certain attributes with it. That's why when I first got started with this, I worked out, could I make a custom editor tab, so that when you say lay down a power pellet tile, you can then change its like luminosity and all that stuff in the editor, along with its color and whatever else. And so if we have that working, then the light element, all of that will be part of the, quote unquote object of the power pellet. And when we say you've consumed the power pellet, then that along with its source of light, the object will cease to exist. Therefore, the light will also go away, kind of thing. Right. So, and then you got to do all these tests to see, is it around it? But then really, truly, you have to say that needs to fire as soon as the player consumes it, which is, yeah. Yeah, so we're definitely getting there. No, yeah. A lot of the struggle we're going to have too initially is to be able to have that playable state of the game, and to slowly work towards what makes it easier to make the game, if that makes sense. Like, so implementing the code that allows us to implement our ideas, but also still having a playable game, and like keeping that balance, because there's going to be stuff that we're going to do that's going to break everything, and we have to power through that, and then keep, that's why I was thinking that TikTok idea of new idea, implement, go back, like back and forth on that. So let's see. When it's a negative. Yeah, totally. No, that's how I code. I put things in, and I go, okay, well, it's working, but I know that this is going to cause problems. But then it's like, okay, I have what I need data-wise. Like, the data is right, and so now I can work with it. It's the exact same thing. That's just kind of how it works. As far as, it's one reason why I'm streaming this and trying to like follow other people who are doing this stuff, because you could hear people talk about this stuff, but and the problem with like guides and tutorials, like even if I make one, is that I've done all the work. And so I know all the mistakes and pitfalls of the like application side of it, like implementing the idea. But without sharing that, or at least seeing the thinking and all that stuff. It's a bit of a lie, where you just don't know. It's like, well, how does that really work? It's kind of like, how does a bill really become a law? Because it's like, well, it's like this, but it's also not. Like, because it's like, oh, the basic steps, like you read the Constitution or whatever, but then it's like, well, but then there's all the procedural side of it and the like mundane, like, how does even one call a session? How does one, like, when is, like all that kind of stuff. Right. Yeah, like for instance, the animation stuff I split out. Let me show you the code in the stream. So I let me get to it. Might not have even seen it. Oh, I have you filtered out on my list. Yeah, you can throw that in done. Hmm. Are you on Twitch? Let me check. I'll go live on YouTube. Like we're a bank heist. Yeah, I'm waving now. No, it's working for me. It's like a security camera hack in a Ocean's 11. That's why I want a foot pedal for push to talk. Like to me, because I don't have enough mouse buttons or anything. To me, like a foot pedal is the only thing that makes sense, and that's why I'm always Vox, because I can never find a good button for push to talk. Really, keyboards need like side buttons or something. I don't know, or like, yeah. So if I take these two numbers, all right, I think I'm getting somewhere. If I multiply last direction by the current position, because one of them is a zero value, then it zeroes out the coordinate that it doesn't need to care about. So let me just change. So we'll do last direction times position, and we'll do I don't know what to call a variable yet, so I'm going to call it test1. And then we're going to do var test1 equals test1 x plus test1 y. So I don't have to do an if to see if I'm getting that. Now we'll print out test1. And let me just make sure that gets us. Oh, I don't need to do var again. Okay. And we're going to do this inside here. Okay. Another reason why I'm doing the coordinate system a very particular way, and like some of the reasons why I have some weirdness with the way I'm handling collisions, is because in the back of my head I have an unspoken thing, which I don't want to mention to you, which is that I'm like, well, this might be multiplayer, but I don't want to get anyone's hopes up. But I'm laying the, like, part of my coding is considering that as a possibility. So I am coding as if that is something that will happen. Okay, now we'll do test 2. Same deal. Test 2 equals last direction, but instead of position, we'll do last position. And we'll go like this. Save that and fire off again. Make a full circuit here. Okay, now stop. And, oh, we're not printing both. Print test 1 and test 2. Now, let's do it again. Okay, now let's do, let's just do a subtraction between them. So we'll do test 1 minus test 2. See what we get. Please always be a positive number, even if the values are negative. Well, it's pretty consistent as well. Crossing position. Let's echo out crossing position. And you're going to bomb on me if I do that. Sorry, I'm sort of Yeah, right now if I have the game board open while I play test, it murders the frame rate. In the But like, I mean, it's not a problem because I know exactly why all that's happening, and I know that it's something we'll be able to fix. Actually, that's something I could talk to you about right now. Um, so I think the way that you're doing it right now is are you scaling any of these things that you're plopping down, or are you just plopping them down? Like the foliage. I can speak. They're scaled in the tile set. Okay. But you can pick, I don't know how you got it to where they're in a tile set, but you can put them anywhere. Um, yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah, so we'll work that out later. The way it's going to have to work most likely is that we're going to have a tile set size. And so that doesn't mean we're constrained by it necessarily. It means that we have to be a little clever about how the artwork is to get it to be unique. To get like texture and things like that going on and stuff like that. But uh, yeah, well, in that, so ultimately, the way we can do that, there's a number of ways we could do that. But when you stamp it on like if we think of them as stamps, you'll have to make unique stamps to get that the way that you want it, because that way because of that problem that you're describing, that way you can put that stamp in. Basically, I'm going to be using Godot's tile map as also a data array. And so when you have a tile of ID XYZ and you stamp it on there, we can have associated with it enemy type or wall type or whatever, along with the graphical information. And that's where, since we can do the tile map object editor, we can make it where you could select a tile map of a specific ID and then start to kind of fine tune how you want it to be. And so that probably will be the way to do it. But the reason why I wanted to talk to you about it was just that. So the one thing we're going to have to figure out at some point is what is the maze size actually going to look like? Like, how big is the player going to be on the screen? How thick are the walls going to be, like at the minimum? I think it's obvious to make it 16 by 9. So that, we have like a full screen experience kind of deal. So I'm going to get sidetracked right here in a second. I'll say it in a little bit. But anyway, so if we determine that and we figure that out, then we can determine the scaling size for your vector graphics, which is to say, like, if we decide to work on the game in 1080, then when you import, we can make it where we import 1080 as the default that we're like sort of like testing on, but then we can double the scale so that we have a 4K version of the graphics, and we can also subtract it so that we have like a switch size and like a smaller, like my laptop's a 720, and so like 480 could be the lowest kind of deal. And so when you import one, you're actually creating all of the different scalable sizes, so that when the player picks the resolution also determines the scaled size of the graphics. Which I think for most people, when they change, I don't know. So anyways, so that way when we can import the SVG as an SVG kind of deal. The only thing that I don't know that it might create an issue with is the normal maps. And would we have to create like multiple normals the same way, like the same concept? Yeah. However, if we're using the same normal map for many things, it might not be as big a hit as like because it would be the same normal map in memory, but each time we create a new graphical element on the tile map, we're creating another copy of the same thing. So it just depends. It just depends. But anyways, that'll probably be the next. I mean, we gotta. I don't know. The thing I worry about, and I just from like a progress standpoint, is we're going to once this bug is fixed. There's like the timer stuff that I need to get done, which I think I'll be able to do today. And then we're done, right? We have Pacman, the game. And then we can, we got to make the other levels, which actually, if you want to right now, you could work on that. I could send you the PNGs and you could start making the other levels. What you would want to do is create a scene with the same settings as world. So I could help you with that here in a second. Let me see if I can find the artwork. But okay, so what I was saying, I got a little sidetracked. What I was trying to say is, like, now that we're going to go into creative mode, everything's going to come to a halt. Like, the game is going to break and we're going to be stuck on like, we got to kind of pick what we're going to do next deal and that kind of thing. Okay, so let me send this. Should I send it to you in iMessage? Is that the best way? Okay. I'm going to open it up in the other window so it doesn't. Oh, okay. Or just open up on the stream. That's great. Thanks, Mac. There you go. And let me see if I can. Can I? Reparent to new node. No. Merge. Save branch as scene. Here we go. So we'll call this scene world 1. Okay. And then we'll duplicate it. How many worlds were there? 4? Duplicate. That's why I had that checkbox to highlight what you've done, because the walls won't show up until 4 surrounding tiles have been painted. So there's a checkbox when you're in that tile map. There's a checkbox that I've created called Show Draw. And it'll create a red outline of where you've started drawing. And if you start out just drawing the level sprite, not the pellet or the power pellet, do that first, and you shouldn't have a problem. Okay. The only issue is I don't know how to I wanted a way in code to not have it. Okay, give me a second here. I'm gonna get this changed for you. And committed and pushed up so that you can start making the other levels. And sync. Okay, those are pushed up. And basically, if you go into the scenes folder, there'll be world 1, world 2, world 3, world 4. World 1 is the one that is currently being loaded in the game, so that one's done. And then you'll want to open up world 2, 3, and 4 and do those. And it's just in order on the horizon from the image I sent you. Well, that's part of the problem because of how you structured stuff. It's not going to have any of that. And actually, your biome stuff would overwrite because you got your own separate world. You got your own separate tile map for all that stuff. So, and that's being drawn under. How's yours even being drawn first? That doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, okay. Well, then what I would do is, yeah, I would, you'll see when you open them up. Once you pull it down, you'll see what I mean. You'll have to create them again. Yeah, and right now there's no level editor, so you'd have to manually change the scene in the game scene. You'd have to change the world to load the different scene, which I could show you how to do as well. But that'll happen programmatically once I get the end state going. Okay, so is there a way to disable output overflow? Profiler. We'll do verbose and just see if that. If that doesn't. Oh, I done broke it. Why is it broken? Why for are we broken? I'm not setting the crossing position. What happened? Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, I done broke the game. Give me a second. Because it's not seeing. It's because I'll be right back as well. So if you pull that in, I broke the game. This is what I'm talking about. All right, I'll be back. getting levels to load. Well, that's what I got to figure out. No, it's now a subscene. Like if you click the little clapper, it'll load world 1 in the scenes folder. And then if you double click world 2 in the scenes folder, it'll look identical to world 1, but that's where you can go in and start changing it. Right, yeah. I made duplicates of world 1 for each of the other ones. Yeah, so there, yeah, I can't even move I can't move the player, so I got to figure out. You bastard. All right. I'll figure it out here. I just don't understand why. It's like I'm colliding with something. Let me close out and reopen. Well, I don't know how you're setting the ghost colors either. If you're using lights that are above the scene, the world scene, then that would possibly be why. But oh, yeah. So you might have to do that again. Let me see. Collision motion. In the yeah, you might have to set them to say make the properties show up again. Okay, cool. Yeah, and we should really be doing that via code as well, since that's really just changing a parameter in the. Okay, well. Okay, so obviously something I did here has got to have caused this to break, but I don't understand how. So I'm going to get rid of it. And I still can't move. This is great. Just great. What did I do? What did I do? What is going on? I never know, man. I never know. So let's see. Player. Game. World. Player. We're all in the same 120, 124, 119, 120. Okay. I mean, is it a collision? Are the ghosts moving? Let's see that. The ghosts are moving. No, they're wigging out too. Let's kill this. Kill this. Kill this. Did I open all those? I did open all those. All right, let's go back. It's got to be happening on the top game world. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Let's see. Man, I should have done this right away. And you're able to what is the effing problem? Is it something to do with... Okay, let's check maze object. Are we... We're not connecting to anything higher than where we are. Okay. Let's go to player. And we'll break on colliding. And let's see what we're colliding with. Kinematic 2D. So it thinks that the player is colliding with... So the game's running fine for you? WTF, mate. WTF. Okay, I don't know if you've sent any changes, but I pulled... Maybe... Sure. Why? 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 Who am I? I don't know. Okay, pulling. No, same deal. The game is broken. So you're changing, it looks like you're changing world 1 instead of like world 2. Let me go to world 2. I think so. You're going to have to commit a bunch of files to do that because it's going to... Okay, well... we're colliding with the wall. I don't understand. Let's do the math on this. We've got cell. So I mean, we're not at a center point. Maybe that's the problem. So let's go 12, 14, 24. So if we do 14 times 8, that gets us 112. So if we make our position transform. Do I have player selected? I do not. Here we go. Position 112. That'll put us in the center of, plus 4, so 116. Okay. And I need to save. Okay, is it the collision box for the player? Is there a collision cell? Oh, great. Almost had a finished game here, and I went and broke it. Okay, well, it's a collision issue. And we're colliding right away. So what else could possibly have collisions? Let me get... what I'll do is I will echo the name of the colliding object so that maybe we could figure out what it is. World. And let's print the collision itself. Collider ID. I'm colliding with the world. And the player move and collide. New position, collision, transform is resetting. No. Wait a minute. I was, but I didn't save it for the tile, for the pellet. Yeah. Yeah, I did. Why didn't it ask to save my changes? It's like it didn't. Trash the collision. There we go. Is that it? Was that it the whole time? Because it wasn't showing. Oh my gosh. Yep. Okay. All right. Well, that's figured out. Gosh, what a waste of time. Man, I've had a couple of those today. That was weird though, because the file was saved, but it was not showing up in the source control as though the file had been changed. Because I hadn't saved it yet. So that's good to know. So in Godot, the state of the game will remember a tile map change, even if you haven't saved that yet. When you're editing the tile map, not when you're putting, like, not when you're editing the actual tiles in the tile map, not when you're like making. Okay, well, that's unexpected behavior. I might actually open a bug about that, because that shouldn't be happening like that. Okay, so show draw is done. Okay. All right, so you're working on the levels. That's dope. Gosh, I really want this bug fixed, because this is a bigger problem. Like, it doesn't seem like an issue right now, but it can be in the future. So I lost all that math I was doing. There it is. Okay, it's back. So that wasn't causing any of the issues. Now we're going to go back to what I was doing. Okay. That's bizarre. I would have never been able to have caught that error. That would have... Because I was killing Godot and reopening it. It was never asking to save those changes. I don't understand how it was keeping it, and then when I would go into the source control, it wasn't seeing a file change at all. Okay, so I can always make that a positive number. And I can do the same thing with this, where I can turn it into a single value that we would compare against. And if I normalize, if I make the number always positive, then I can always compare the two. So maybe instead of calling it cell center, we call it something else. It's interesting. I would think that with this problem, the ghosts would sometimes mess up on such a slow frame rate. But they never do. And I think it's because of how I'm doing their movement slightly different. Yeah, some of the stuff you're doing with the sound, you were making it pan left and right when you're eating the pellets, huh? Were you making the audio pan as you like moved along the screen if you were more on one side or the other, or was I must have been making that up in my head. Maybe it might be using the position of the yeah, it is. It's using the position of the object as a pan for left and right. So because you're playing the pellet sounds, the pellet eaten sound on the player, the audio actually pans a little bit as the player moves around the screen left and right. That explains why it never quite went to the right, because the stage itself is on the left side of the screen. Ah, well, that's dope. That's a interesting. That's good to know. So we could literally, what we could do is, because I had an idea for the enemy's sound getting, like if the enemies made a sound, like a natural like humming sound or whatever, that as they got closer, the sound would get louder. But if we set a camera on the player that is never used, but we use it for the sound positioning relative to the player's current location, then we could theoretically have it where the sound gets louder or quieter the further away the enemy is from the player. Yeah, because then when you like, if you have a guy firing at you or whatever, that's cool. Well, back to my problem. What am I testing, Cell Center? When we're eating. The enemy Cell Center is always right away. So maybe I'm doing some sort of movement. Maybe I should do it before and after. Because this is only happening. But the logic in Cell Center is taking into account the player position. Let's see. Maybe the answer is actually right here. I think. Okay, I need to be able to consistently cause this problem to happen. So let me find a path that makes it happen every time. There we go. Uh-oh. Oh, thanks. Oh, it's because you started redrawing the level. Yep, there's an empty spot there. Okay, well, I'll just fill this in. Okay. Oh, I gotta recommend a movie on, I don't know if you have Disney Plus. It's called Flora and Ulysses. It's about a girl and a squirrel. And that's all I'll say about it. But it's actually really funny. Yeah, it's... yeah, it's a pretty good movie. For some reason, it has the entire cast of the DuckTales reboot as actors in it. So that's kind of cool. Okay. I feel like I'm at a rave with this music, or like some house party. House music. Okay. All right, so let's go back. I don't want to have to deal with one problem on top of another. So that's good. I think I know the problem. Yep. It's never going to detect center. Why only there? I'm not sure. But why is this happening in the first place? Let's go back to player. It's because we're not snapping when we should. And why are we not snapping when we should? Tridirection, X and Y. If we've collided, how is this happening? I mean, first of all, how are we not colliding with the walls? Because that's really what should be happening, but it's not. But regardless of that, it's got to be happening here. In this trinity direction. Last direction. This has got to be the source of it. If there is a collision in crossing position. equals So the problem is that sometimes we can get just enough off on our players. Here's what happens. Right here. But if we snap basically we need to here's where it is. It's right here. Okay. These are the breakpoints that this is happening on. Okay. I think I've got it. No, but that implies, that's implicit in the, if we're at the center point, we snap the origin, but, well, let's see. Part of me just wants to give up and do collisions. I mean, another way to do this would be to actually have two colliding boxes for the player. One smaller than the like enemy collision one. So the problem, so let's say for instance that I set up the collisions the minute the colliding bounds of the player touch a new cell, what would happen is you would eat pellets before you got to them. You know what I'm saying? I think I lost you. I'm not hearing you right now. Oh, I was saying if I used collisions for detecting pellet, like when you're over the pellet, then what would happen is you would have pellets disappearing before you actually connected with them. I mean, not exactly. This is... Are you trying to test play it? Huh. What do you mean toggle between the scenes? Okay. Man, this is an annoying little bug. I'm pretty sure I've determined where this bug is happening. It's a rare condition. It only happens on turns. And so Okay, I'll pull it down. Did you commit world 1 as well, the changes? Okay. Oops, let me kill Godot before I open it with those changes. Yeah, I'm just like looking at the code, studying, thinking. Okay. Yeah, this is really helpful, dude, because then once I have win state, we can just cycle to the next stages. Okay, well, my cell center code is sound based off of the principle that we're always testing one axis. The problem is that at some point the player's axis gets like bumped a little bit, just enough so that suddenly it's a float in the direction that the player is traveling, and so the test is never true again. But I don't know why it's not colliding, because it should technically be colliding when that happens, but it doesn't. It must be like a small enough of a fraction that it'll never detect a collision. And this fixed the problem. If else. Nope. Dang it. Thought I found it. I mean, I could just do this every single, like at the beginning and the end. So if I go like this. All right, let me see if I can trigger the. No, I can still make it happen. Right here. All right. And I'm going to turn off the player's collision body so that I can be invincible for this. Because I have got to be able to test. That means I can go through walls if I'm not careful. No, I can't. What I can do is change my collision layer to be the same as the ghosts, though, the mask. And then I shouldn't hit the ghosts anymore. Let's see if that's true. So we'll go back. And we will test. Okay, so I'm still sharing the same. Get rid of that mask. Save. And let's start again. I do see some issues with the stage. I'm going to fix up some missing parts on the World 1. How did that... Maybe? I don't see him now. Huh. No? Okay, well now I can't get hit by the ghosts, so I can officially work without worry. Okay, so it absolutely happens every single time right here. Alright, and now I'm gonna break point on every single I have to pretend all of this in my head because it's going to be too much to try to make an if statement to catch this condition when it's happening. Let me see. Let's see what you're talking about. Yeah, it's got like, it feels like there's dead ends or like much more riskier areas to go into. Yeah. Three-hour stream. A 3-hour stream. I forgot I had food here. It's all cold. Hmm. Okay, I think I know what's causing it. Let me test the idea here. Yep. Shoot. Okay, I'll be right back. I think I know what's going on. So the problem is the sorry, I had to go potty. Had to go to the loo. But the problem is the leaning code. So what's going on is if you're going down and you're trying to go right or left, then it attempts to go right or left, and then if not, it just keeps you going in the same direction. So at some point when it's about to round the corner, if you're holding the turn, it gets to go just a smidgen. And that is causing it to misalign the player's axis when it's heading in a direction. Does that mean I could always... Let me go back to... Does that mean I could always get rid of any rounding errors based on the current or the last direction? So if I mean, because this is a... See, I don't think of it as a fix. This is definitely a hack. Okay. Round. I'm so sorry I didn't get to code these last 2 days. I really wanted to, and it just didn't happen. I couldn't. Returns the nearest whole number. So, okay. If last direction equals vector left or vector right, then we round position equals vector 2 position x, position y, last direction is left or right, so we're traveling on the x-axis, so we're going to round, not round. It's got to be mod. What if I do integer? Can I cast the type as integer? It's got to be integer. I've got to be able to just int. Is it int? Okay. Finally found it. Okay, so we're going to take the y position and make it into an integer. And then we'll do the same thing, but only we'll do an else. Last direction equals up, or last direction equals down. Then we do the same thing. We set an integer to the x coordinate. So this should clean up our data and make this impossible to happen. All right. Whoops, what did I do? Oh, it's elif. Else? No, else. What did I do wrong? I guess it's elif. Okay, let's start over, because we know for a fact that this problem happens when we go a very specific order. Okay, I think I got it. Nope. Son of a bitch. Sorry for cussing. Well, I'm just going to go with regular collisions for the stuff. As much as I want to get this the way that I want it, okay, what did I do? Why is everything broken now? It simply will not compile. Great. Okay, so something about the way I'm getting the cell name is wrong. So let's undo what I did. Okay, so if cell name equals maze, then we say that's a collision point. Instead of and, let's do or. Okay, why is the name not changed on these? Let's go back. Okay. Oh, the resource name is that. I'm trying to read notice child scene. Hey there, how's it going, Bob Ross? Maze. We're going to call that maze. So if cell name equals maze. Thank you. Okay, well, we're stuck there. Let's print the cell name out again. Yeah, I'm trying to fix a bug with... I'm switching over to collisions for... Okay, so that's working. So I think I need to do if cell name does not equal maze, then we push back. Okay. With the sad face. Yeah. Well, that's good, right? Sorry, talking to Bob on the chat. If cell name does not equal maze. Okay, let's just see what happens here. So we go up there. And pellets. Oh, but they're colliding with pellet. So we need to change pellets collision. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Was this a private college or like was this a what do they call it? Like it wasn't a university, or was it one of those like ITT Tech or something like that? So is it like state run? Like is it like, how do I put it? Because are you in the UK or I forget? So is the college, how do I, so like in the States here, we have colleges that are state run and so like there's state colleges, there's public colleges where it's run, it's like a local college, and then there's private colleges, and those are the ones where you can get in just by paying them money. Did you pay money just to get in? Like they don't even have an admissions process, you just pay them, or was there an admissions? Well, that sucks. But you know that you don't know. The key is to know that you don't know something. Because you could be going into this thing and thinking you know everything and come out of it and realize you know nothing. But at least you're figuring that out sooner, it sounds like. You can have the exact opposite problem too. You could be paying some for like a certificate in IT and take all these courses and stuff and know absolutely nothing still. So there's true knowledge and then there's like an artificial like learning knowledge. Like pass the test and get the certificate knowledge, which is totally different than applied knowledge, which is, it sounds like what you're figuring out you don't know, which is good. It just sucks, you know, because you go to this thing thinking it's going to teach you something and it doesn't teach you anything, at least anything practical. Yeah, I've seen, so there's like, to me there's, when it comes to like learning, there's three kinds that I've seen. There's the kind that you get there's the kind that you get from experience, from just trying and failing and actually doing the thing that you want to learn. And like finding books and figuring out what it is that people are saying is true and it isn't, and that kind of thing. Then there's like being taught what to learn, and that's like what you get from like colleges and things like that. And then there's um, the certificate route, or the like pay money to learn something, and they give you whatever the industry is looking for in a job interview route. And the other two are artificial and can actually set you in the wrong path a lot of times. The like university, like college kind of learning can sometimes teach you a philosophy of doing something that is just bonkers and actually makes things way harder for yourself. You can do the thing, but it teaches you it in a really orthodox way, I would say, where they try to formalize a thing into a science when it really isn't, or how do I put it? Into like a formulaic thing so that they can say this is the way you do it every time and you'll get the same result. But then you get stuck in a box of thinking. The certificate way is like, here's how to get the answer that they're looking for. And then the minute you sit down at a computer in a real job, you don't know what the hell to do, because nothing that you have to do was on a test, in the sense of like, oh, this is the answer for this problem. University colleges and stuff can do that too, though. It sucks. It really sucks. You know, you could take a programming class in college and never program. It's bizarre. Or at least never be introduced to a situation where you have to program something and you can't find the answer based off of what you've been given. Because you're being taught to program for the right answer. And you're programming, like, you're going to be programming with a blank slate a lot of times, and you have to come up with the answer on your own. That's why I'm beating my head against the wall on this problem right now. Because, like, the answer's there. I just need to find a good way to do it. Yeah, I saw, I worked in a internet service provider, and they got this guy, and they were talking him up, and, oh, he's got all these certs. He knows everything. He's gonna solve so many of our problems and all this stuff. And he comes in, and I'm not making this up. He was given a computer that was not plugged in. The keyboard and mouse weren't plugged in. The monitor were not plugged in. You know, nothing was plugged in. It was just a computer. And he could not get it going. He took all day trying to get the computer going. And they fired him that day. Because, like, he just had no practical knowledge. And if you're going to hire a guy to be like your IT administrator, your systems admin, and the dude, like, literally didn't know how to plug in a computer because he had only been taught by... He went to something, he had never used a computer before that. He went to a school that had all the computers already set up and everything like that. So he had literally no practical knowledge when it came to actually messing with like a computer. And so he had a kind of learning that wasn't going to work. Whenever I talk about this stuff, Darren, I start getting flashbacks to the bank. I think I'm just going to skip this problem for now. And come back to it with a fresh set of eyes some other time. And so that we can call this done, because this is going to be done today. God darn it. I don't know if you're still there, Darren. Are you? Hello? How's it going? Okay, so... Whoa. What the... Let's check the... stage. Oh, because there is an empty space along the... And because my collision's not set up on the... My mask on the player. Nope. Why is that happening? Retry. So suddenly I can pass through. What is that about? Ah! Let me draw the... Draw this in. Maybe that. That's good though. Good to have a lazy Sunday. What is going on? Well, I'm trying to get a last couple of bugs fixed, and I'm just making more, apparently. And having some weirdness with some collisions. I'm basically done, though. I'm going to kill and reopen Godot, because maybe, I don't know. Never really have to do this, but maybe there's something weird going on there. Well, I'm almost going to end the stream here in a little bit, but I've got the last major bug was fixed, like the game breaking bug, which is okay. Where's the game? Where's the game? The last major bug was an issue where the enemy states were not alternating on the timer, or they wouldn't, if you frightened them, they wouldn't switch back to their other states. And the problem was I was taking an enumerator and turning it into a float on accident. And so that problem is solved. But now I have this weird thing where I can go into these areas here for some reason. And it's like the scene it's like it's loading the wrong scene or something. It's weird. When it runs, it's almost like it's loading the wrong scene. Look at that. That's not right. There's like a weird... There's a weird wall going on. Some sort of collision happening. Okay. What? What is that? What is that? Okay, what happens if I just go like this? Let me just save one side, reload. Well, yeah, we're almost to the. Oh yeah, go ahead. Well, it's weird. I can like pass through things that I shouldn't be able to. I can tell that. Right. Okay, well I can see it's almost like it's not actually loading the child scene. Yeah, look. Okay, here's that. Here's that. That's good. So if I show draw, yeah, look at this. There's all kinds of incorrect things. But why? Okay, save it again. This should fix it. So I see why it's happening. I don't know why it's happening though. Like if that makes any sense. Okay. Yeah, so we're set. That fixes it. But it thinks cuz I'm changing it on the game world. So if I make a change in the scene here, for instance, save it, go back here, it doesn't show up. So we're not actually... Oh, I bet I know why. I bet I know why. I bet I know why. I'm going to delete it. I'm doing something crazy. Add. Instance child scene. World 1. There it is. Now we go above the canvas layer. Okay, now if I change something here and then save it, we go to world 1, nothing, because it's an instance of world 1. Okay, so let's do this. Save world 1. Let's close out game. Save world 1, open game. It's an... Okay, so what's going on, I think, is that in the scene, since we're making the instance in the scene, from that moment on, it's a copy of it, and any changes we make to it are not actually changes to the... That doesn't make any sense, because we can have an instance of the player, change it, save it, and see those changes. You know what I mean? There we go. So you have to set up the children to be editable. Yeah, except I'm using this this little clapper thing here indicates that it's an instance, an instantiation of it. But yeah, that's what I'm saying is because that's what I think is happening. So yeah, I think I think White Jesus is on the same page as us. Okay, well, I figured that out. So that explains why that was happening, and that should be fixed. I'll push those changes up. I'm going to ignore the pellet problem for now. I'm not in the state of mind to tackle it. It's something I have to think about outside of staring at the code for so long. So I'm going to leave that alone. I'm going to discard all these changes. The only change that matters is this one. Yeah, see, it holds the tile data for the instance in the game scene. Let me pull your changes, make sure I don't step on anything. So what I need to be able to do, though, is we're going to have to be able to kill the scene and load a new one. So I've got to get that set up when there's no more power pellets or pellets left. So that should happen on the player step of eating those things. There should be a check to see what's left. On the game board, are these two things happening? No. So let's see. It should be here. Yeah, in the idea that we're making a Pacman clone, it's done. And so the idea is this is the point at which we fork it out and start making our own game and change it, basically. Which we've been kind of doing, like the graphics and all that stuff. We've been testing some of our ideas while we've been moving towards that goal. So there's like one or two things that I have to get done to get to that point. One is the stage has to have an end state where, it stops and loads another one. And then the other is some timer changes and stuff for the ghosts to come out and a little bit of tweaking with that. And then after that, and there's one bug left with the pellets. But after that, we're all set. We have our Pacman clone. And then we fork the repo. Emit signal. So who's listening for that signal? We aren't. Even though we have this eat pellet. Are we doing it manually? Let me check if this is ever even being called. Because I think I wrote this and then changed it, and so we're not. Find in folder, eat pellet, player, game world. Should have, yeah. I'll do it again just to be sure. Okay, it's pushed. So I think I need to change where this is happening since we're going to be loading from... I'll be excited to start heading in a different direction with this. That's for sure. Because I'm getting a little anxious to get started on the actual ideas that we have. That's why I'm so focused on the pellet skipping issue, because that's the main mechanic that we're going to carry through to the next thing. And if it's consuming the pellet, then it'll be the opposite problem when we're playing it, where it'll think that you haven't passed over that area and it won't change the state of it. You know what I mean? So, well, on the game board, we'll have score equals 0, and we'll register. So we are registering pellet eaten for the pellet timer function. And we need to connect the power pellet. I guess it's redundant to call it. So we'll create pellet eaten. So function pellet eaten will call pellet timer. So every time you eat a pellet, it resets the timer on the pellet timer. And power pellet is another function. And I need to look up real quick what these are worth. And we're going to increment, we're going to go score equal plus equals, and then whatever the amount is. So what are they worth? Points. Here we go. 22.244. 10 points each. So when we eat a pellet, the score goes up by 10. And 50 points for a power pellet. And then the ghost's points is a little different because it doubles every time you get one in a row. And we'll go add score to the top just to make sure we're changing. Child node, call it we're going to get a label in here. And it's going to be called score. And let's move it. Now, I can do a bunch of stuff, a bunch of fancy stuff to get it centered and whatnot. I'll do that later. Let's do a test. Okay. So I could cheat too. Where I could set Whoops, I gotta set it after we change the value. Okay, so in theory, if we play the game, there should be a score, and it should increment as we eat. And it is, but we can't see it. There's too much light. Hey, Darren. How do I make something not affected by light? Is there a way to do that? Oh, the light mask. Yeah. And I just changed the light mask? Hmm. Yeah, we definitely got to get... It's up there. Well, we're not going to have a score, I don't think. Maybe not in the, like, arcadey sense. It is. That's... Yeah. Yeah. That's the default color when you make a label. Like, if I move it out of here... Score. Let me just put it up here and then add some text. Yeah, it's being affected by something. That's got to be the world, like you're saying, the world environment. If I get... Nope, that didn't do it. I don't know what's... Yeah. Okay. Okay, well that works. So let me, I'll get the code up for you. And the game board. All those tile settings are gone. All your tile data is still there. So yeah, you'll notice once we start loading in the other stuff, all of the stuff you did with your tiles is going to clash with the different stages as we load them. The like foliage and everything that you put in. Because you did that per the one world. Because we haven't set up a process for doing level editing and stuff yet. So, and because... Yeah, if you had been able to put those underneath the... Yeah, we're going to have to think about that for sure. Okay, so let me discard that. Score. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Pushing, and it's pushed. Push it. Boop, 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 boop. Do 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 do. That's the kind of stuff I want to on the stream eventually. Once I actually push, I want it to fire a script that plays that real quick. Things like that to make the stream more fun. Push it. Okay. So I guess that means that I need to also register on the game board when an enemy dies. So if killed player has died, so the ghosts are emitting a signal called what? Killed player. The player emits the signal for the ghost. How does this get determined? I don't think I have one for the ghosts. So we say object collided, frightened, emit signal. Okay, so we'll do emit signal died. Is that how you spell died? Yeah. Signal died, and then we'll go up to the game board and we'll register this as well. Sweet. Hey, Bob Ross. Died on self. And we'll go enemy died. And we'll need a account for how many enemies in a row we've killed. So we'll call it enemy multiplier. And that'll equal 0 to start. And then we'll have pellet eaten, power pellet, pellet timeout. Player died. And we'll just keep this since we're all in the score wheelhouse. And I feel like this, if the score does become a thing, that we'll have a whole separate object for it. Well, that's cool. Does it do alphanumeric and like special characters as well, or is it just like a number seeker? All right, enemy died. Pass. So I'm going to add the... Oh, I got to pull yours down, though. Let me pull yours down. I'll quit Godot. And we will pull. I'm going to go back. Godot. Godot. Godot to Godot. Sure enough, you did it. All right, cool. Let's run it. Cool. We have a score. And now we will... Bob Brass is getting into black hat hacking. Wait till he finds out if he's got an email list with passwords. What he can do with that. And I don't mean the email address as passwords. I mean when you try that email address as a username for a login on another website. That's why two-factor authentication is so important. Because at least you're protected from brute force a little bit. So the timer never has to worry about whether or not we're in frightened, but I need to know that. And I don't believe I'm actually... Oh, I am. Okay. Well, then we'll go ahead and add that to our game. Var timer. Enemy died if frightened. If timer frightened. Then we I prefer that better than an exclamation point. If timer frightened equals false, then we reset the value to the enemy multiplier equals 0. Okay, so we do that on the delta, or on the process, the frame step. Then if timer equals frightened, then we increment enemy multiplier by 1 after we set the score. And enemy multiplier plus equals 1. Then we need to make sure two, 4, 8, 16. So we say, if I multiply by 0, I'm going to get 0. So the multiplier should be 1 to start. And we reset it to 1. On the frame step. And then we go back to this and we set score plus var enemy points equals 200 times enemy multiplier. And then we set the score plus enemy points. And then we increment the multiplier if it's going up. All right, let's wait for some ghosts to get nearby. Got one. Got... Oh, he got me. Oh. Why is one going faster than the other? Uh-oh. There's a bug. So he is stuck in the high speed and his bounding box is gone. It's a state issue. He's still going crazy. So let me figure out what state we think that we're in for... Well, I found another bug. Update state. When does frighten? What fires frightened in? When the game timer. Ah! So if you die before the game timer, in between the animation steps and whatnot, because I'm going frightened end based on the timer, the state, but the state should reset when you die, for each ghost on its own when you die. Reset state, stay home. But am I setting anything for scatter? Oh, but I'm killing the... So the state is right, but what's happening is... When do I turn the... Okay. So we need to add state. Where is... I think I might have to rewrite or rethink the way that I'm triggering the state changes. The animations for each state happen... Yeah, I'm not liking my player code right now. Getting a little cross-eyed. Update state. Oh, they're firing. They're going up the here. So it should be. It did have the right look. The ghost looked right. It was just wigging out with its speed, and that makes sense because I'm doing that. I'm not changing speed equals speed only when leave home. Reset state. I think that'll fix it. That's a hard bug to cause, so I'm going to have to use my kill switch, which I think is what did I do? Number 1? How do I kill the player? I know I have a suicide button somewhere. Huh? So I think that'll fix it. Because it's... Okay. Almost done. Almost done. All right, so now we need to have an end state for the level. Ugh. Where once you get all the pellets, it's over. And I'll do that on the game board. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay. So what was happening is there was nothing to reset the speed of the player when not the player of the enemy when it dies. If it happens to die, if the player happens to die when the enemy is set to go back to the home real fast, then there's nothing to clear its starting speed again. So I almost think that what I need to do is take and have, I have this reset state, and maybe I should have like starting states. But I'm using state, but then, I'm using state to set the values of other variables. So it really should be that I set things like that's why some ghosts are going faster than others too. Because I set the speed back to the root. Okay. So the default speed should be speed minus 10 for the ghost, or 40. So I can't use... I thought I was being clever with the speed, setting the speed, so I could increment the speed. Can I overwrite an enumerator? So that I go like this, And I set the enum for speed to equal 40 here. Will that work? Because the parent's doing the same thing. Is it going to be mad about that? Looks like it. Yeah. Well, darn it. So we don't set the speed. We set the speed on... Is this using speed anywhere? No, just for current speed. So let's get rid of this. And we'll set the speed on the enemies. Why is it complaining? It isn't anymore. I promise it's not on the parent class. I just got rid of it. Wake up VS Code. And we'll go to the player and set an enumerator for its speed to be 50. Okay, now that way I can scale the enemy and the player's speed separately. What is it mad about? What's the problem? It still thinks. Maze object. It's not there. Is the player doing the same? Yep. No, I promise maze object isn't doing it anymore. It's not there. Did I where is it? Let's kill VS Code. I think it's having a bad day. Why does it think the parent's still doing it? It isn't. It isn't. The parent isn't doing it. There we go. It was Godot I had to restart. Now we can compile. Oh. And we're setting it in here. Do we ever use that though? No. And actually this isn't a declared variable either, so... Speed is a... Oh, that's maze enemy. Okay, let's try again. Oh, right. Right. Okay. So keep the speed on the parent here. Okay. So I don't have to declare it on each. There we go. So that solves the ghost. Man, I caught a lot of little things just there. Okay. Choppy McStein. Okay. Man, it really feels like Pacman. It's crazy. Cool. So we got it. We're getting dang close to the feel. But I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. I think I should call it. Okay, so the maze enemy state. Reset speed to speed. And the multiplier for the speed is going to be based off of, it's dependent on the specific enemy type. The specific ghost. Because Blinky has a modifier based on the number of pellets left. And I think the timer, does the timer have a signal? Frightened to end. Yeah, I could do that. I mean, the speed only needs to change. I mean, I'm doing it on the state called leave home because that's when the speed needs to go back to normal whenever they're leaving home. That's where the bug kind of originated. Because I could do, every time the state changes, I could change the speed. It just depends on, like, once I do the Blinky code, then I'll probably end up changing it depending on how I feel like it makes the most sense. But yeah, I mean, because the other thing is I'm calling this maze enemy, but it's really like all ghosts inhibit these exact same behaviors, and then the individual children ghosts, that's whenever it's different. So that's why I'm thinking I don't like this necessarily, because, well, no, it should be. So I just don't like the way my state code is looking. It doesn't feel like, I mean, I'm using the state, but it feels like the code should be much more strict about, like, because I'm resetting values based off the state, specifically when the player dies, I feel like I need to handle that in a much cleaner way in code than what I'm doing. Because right now I'm calling reset state when the player dies, and it travels up a chain from the ghost all the way up, and so like in the case of Blinky, I would set, because I'm calling reset state here for the parent. So then in the case of Blinky, I would do some sort of logic here based on the level that we're presently at to flex the speed of the ghost. And I'm technically calling reset state at the ready point for each ghost too, which again, I just don't like the name reset because it's not, I mean, I could call it starting state maybe. So that's where that speed bug happened, though, because the condition that it could happen in is the ghost was set to go home, the player dies, and it never has the speed set back to the starting speed. Just the idea that there's a starting state, well, I'm using the word state, but that there's like, if the player dies, we reset the board, right? And so there's a bunch of variables that need to be flushed out and brought back to their original, well, to like starting values, I'll say. And there's probably a better way to do that too, I'm betting. I just don't, I can't think of a cleaner way to do it than to go down the list of every variable and set them again. I mean, I could set like a dictionary and we look up for like a default value thing or something. I just don't know if that's, yeah, something to think about. So let me go down the list of our to-dos. We didn't even have score. So we'll call that done. We don't have fruits yet. These are like probably not going to happen right now. Yeah, the board stuff's getting a little noisy too. But sometimes code is code and you have to have it. Okay. Well, I've still got that big bug with the pellets. So that's really the last thing to tackle. Yeah. I mean, those values are related. I'm using, I guess I shouldn't say the word state, because on death there should be values that are reset. And now that I'm saying that out loud, the solution is really simple, and I'm a dummy. I'm a big dummy. Because I have a signal already called kill player right here. So this is where that signal, I could register it on ourself here, but I could also just, this is where we say that the player died. And so right here is where I can set the the default variables again. And it's making me wonder, where am I doing that now? It's up here, isn't it? Because whenever the player dies, right. So we can't do it there. We have to use reset state. So yeah, in the end it was just a value I forgot to set back. That's all it was, really. And I am doing it in the right spot for the way that I'm, because I've got to have the game board when the player dies, it freezes the state, the changes on the board, allows animations to continue to change, pauses for a second to let that finish, and then resets the state. And I shouldn't say state. So that's part of the problem. Reset. I should just call it reset. Or yeah, I'll just rename it to reset. And I think that'll be... Because it's not doing, it's doing way more than just putting the player state back to a certain, or the enemy in the ghost state back to a certain. Yeah. Isn't it amazing a variable name can just throw you the wrong direction? Like that was really, because even when I was talking about it, I kept saying reset state, but that's not what it's doing really. It does it as part of it when on the individual ghosts, because each ghost has a different state. Well, Blinky's the only one who has a state that's slightly different, which is scatter, and the others are at stay home. Okay, so and that's why I set it on the individual ghost levels. Why am I? Oh, I'm in the source control for the. Did I change the ghost? I did, because I did a rename. All right. So cool. Player and ghosts set speed. Just a question, what happens to the big pill timer runs out before the... Well, that's the beauty of the states, right? So in that scenario, the only time, so like if I go to maze enemy and I'm registering the signal from the timer called frightened end, and basically I just go and I check, is the current state frightened for the ghost? And if so, we set the states back to whatever the current timer is at. So if the timer is set to scatter or chase, we set the ghost state back to that. And so that happens automatically. The trickier stuff was when if frightened starts and the ghost is like leaving home or is already on the way home, then we don't want to reset the state of going home and all that stuff. So on frightened start, we go and we say only change the state of the ghost if their current state is scatter or chase. That's the only time we set frightened. So it was kind of like a remnant, like a left of the speed thing was like a remnant, and it was just simply because of I just hadn't thought of the condition when the player dies and the ghost is still heading back. Oh, you know what? There's one other thing I have to do though. And that is I have to make them collidable again. Because I turn off collisions on the ghost so they can just whip past. Because there's sometimes like you can eat the ghost and they start heading home and then you'll go the other way and pass through them, and I don't want you to die because of that. So I need to. So we're going to set disabled false on the collision shape, just in case we already changed it before that. And we'll have to player and ghost speeds set on ready. Speed, ghosts speed reset on player death. Ghost speed and collisions reset on player death. Okay. Well, we're getting like kind of the rest of the bugs worked out. Uh-oh. Darren's made some changes. I gotta quit Godot before I push. Normally I do, but I've been missing. I haven't coded in the last 2 days, basically. So in a way, it's kind of catch up. I'm about the same. I burn out at about 2 hours, but I was taking a lot of breaks, so that contributed to me being able to keep going on it. I also got a really early start, so that might help for some reason. Okay, cool. Well, all right. I'm gonna say goodbye. I got one more major bug to fix and a few more elements to make it a complete game. The loading between stages is the next big thing to do. And getting that last little pellet bug, like when I pass through this one, if I do it just right, I miss it. And then at that point, we'll fork and we'll be ready to start working on the real game. So that's going to be the exciting part. And it's going to break a lot. So, all right, man. Have a good one. I'll try to catch you on your next stream. Adios.